Hey everybody. Day 4 of the Let's Build. As this the game streamers say, let's go. Actually gotta play some music at the start. My brother likes to produce electronic music, and I know I won't get a copyright strike for it, so there you go. You can ask me to stop the music in the chat if you like. I don't know if you want to listen to music while you're sitting in here. Today I'm going to go for a full day of work, which means, I don't know, 6 hours, 8 hours. Gonna see how long we can go. Alright. Repo in the chat. Where we left off, we were working on some RPC APIs, building out automated tests for them to both test our work and also, you know, have ongoing tests available. I think the first thing I'm gonna excuse me. First thing I'm going to do is set up our tests runner so that it's not going to be storing permanent data. So we get a temporary data directory going for hyperspace. I'm going to start with that. All right. So we'll want a config directory as well as we could do. Let's do pass in the debug mode, and if debug mode is on, we'll let's see. Now let's do in memory hyperspace as a flag. And then over here, we'll react accordingly. And in that scenario, basically we want to fail. We don't want to do this. I need to check my hyperspace docs here to see how to set this thing up. Simulator. Okay. Let's take a look at that real fast. That may be our action. Yeah, that's our action. Perfect. And so this isn't how we'll do this. We'll do it differently. Alright, who's danging me? Nothing to think about there. Now the cat wants in. BRB. Okay. You kitty cat. Let's call this flag simulate hyperspace. And now in our tests, we will jump over to our utility function, and we'll just turn simulate hyperspace on, and let's see if our test works. Perfect. So now our tests are all running in memory as opposed to actually using the current hyperspace daemon, which will reduce our sort of generated corrupt. Okay, so now let's take a look at where we left things off. We have our posts and our comments and RPC APIs in relatively working order. And now some of the things we gotta think about here are like, well, one thing we gotta think about is what we're gonna call posts. Here's my running list of candidates here. Zens, that was Andrew Osheroff's suggestion. We got decks, which are short for declarations. Procs, which are short for proclamations. We got vibes. It's gotta be, it can be corny or a little cheesy, but it can't be try hard. And so far I think my favorite is Zens, but I don't know, Zens could also mean like a user. Decks, not bad. Anyway, so we have to come up with our equivalent term for tweets. Still looking for that. Why don't we do votes next? Hey Miguel, welcome to the stream. So first, let's take a look at our vote schema. Got the subject URL, the vote, and the created at. So we'll do a little copy and paste to save ourselves some time. Something that would be wise for us to do is to apply some normalization to the subject URL so that they are consistent. But that's always a little tricky to do. You gotta ask questions like, should I be stripping the hash fragment? You know? Unclear. I'm thinking no. I'm also wondering how we should categorize or list the votes as keys, I think probably the right way to do this is by their date, so that we can query by when they were created, so we can get a feed of their votes. That's probably the right way to do that. So we'll actually just take in the full object, the vote object. We'll set the created at. We'll set the vote. I suppose votes can have URLs too, so we'll need to do that. Alright, so that's pretty straightforward. Except that this is a put and not a create. So we actually need to see if the vote already exists. This is a little tricky, actually. Need to choose a key name for this thing that's going to be easy to look up for a given subject URL. If we use the subject URL as the key, then that's really easy. But if we don't, then you have to do a scan to find what the current vote is. So really, in a way, the question is how important is it to get the user's feed of votes? I don't really want to create a secondary index for one or the other, to be honest. So what should we use as the key name? What's more important, quickly finding a user's vote for a given URL, or listing out the votes in their chronological order? Listing out their votes in chronological order is not, like, super important. Oh, and you know, we actually can do that by just looking through the history. So I'm thinking we're going to use the subject URL as the key. Of course, that puts us in a funky situation for constructing URLs around votes. Miguel, half afraid to ask. In the face of the Parler thing, doesn't a peer-to-peer federated network make you a bit antsy? Yeah, so I've talked about this a whole lot, and so you could always go back to my past streams, but I'll talk about it again because I think this is important. First thing I'll do is share the blog post I wrote starting this whole thing, which I titled The Anti-Parler, to give you a little bit of a sense of where my head's at. Hey Kai, thanks for joining again. So these jams, by the way, are my brother's album. If you want a link to that, ask me in the chat. Alright, so here's the deal. My vibe on this is, yeah, I'm totally worried about taking on the Parler vibe. That's absolutely not my thing. As I say in that post, like, my problem actually with what has happened is not just the way that... Alright, I'll link the music in a second. So my problem is not just that the moderation occurred that took Trump off of Facebook and Twitter. I mean, it's a big deal to have a president get removed, but that's actually not my number one concern. My number one concern is that because our editorial process, so to speak, the moderation, the construction of the algorithms, what have you, are supposed to be fitting for everybody, the platforms that are running this stuff are not able to bring any opinion into what kind of communities they're creating. And that's when they get into this vibe of feeling beholden to make this kind of decision for everybody. My main goal is to break down the authority throughout the whole system into smaller communities which are able to communicate with each other. And so that everybody has some individual right to be able to participate just in general, to have their posts shared. But whether or not those posts show up in a community, I think we need to have a much richer ecosystem of editorial thinking around that, where it's not just one company deciding for the entire platform. As it's trying to find a balance between respecting people's right to speak and to not be governed unfairly by other people, but also realizing we have to have some kind of governance in place. And so let's make sure that that governance is a really good form of it, that it's responsive, that it has constraints on it, that it could be removed if necessary. So it's a somewhat interesting and complex line to, bit of waters to tread here. But I think we can actually, by kind of diving in head first on the complexities of it, come to a better outcome here. So, I talk about in that blog post exactly same idea as decentralized politics. Honestly, in a lot of ways, it's kind of like, hey, how did media work before we did all this? And it's like, yeah, well, we had, stages of editorial involvement throughout all of it. And the design, if you watch the second stream, I just opened it up with a presentation talking about how I think this could be designed. And my thinking is that the individual users have their own databases, which they will eventually be able to move freely. And that'll include all their personal content. You can think of those as the individual rights. Then you have the servers that are representing communities. They're going to be putting together their sort of algorithmically or community-driven featured feeds that are sort of representing their identity as a community of the content that they like to to share with the world. And so then when the nodes are federating with each other, they'll be looking at each node's featured feeds and pulling from that, and that's how they are kind of doing a trending thing, where each community is deciding what's trending within their community. And so basically participating in a community is being in a conversation with that community about what you all want to say to the world. So almost like they're individual news outlets or individual media outlets that everybody's participating in. Kai, you're bringing into this a very maximizing individual opinion approach, which in a lot of ways I see a lot of merit in. And the top thing that I have to say about this is that I don't have any one-size-fits-all on this. And in fact, that's what I'm getting at in that blog post. There's a whole collection of tools we can use to construct this stuff, and I don't think the whole system should have any one model. So if you want to participate in this network using a purely flat authority system, where each individual user chooses who they follow, aggregates as they wish, and maybe does something like social block lists, more power to you. You could do it that way. What I'm sort of starting with is this community-driven one, this federated model, as opposed to the flat peer-to-peer model, which makes scaling the kind of content curation a little bit more well-structured. And it also solves some problems because being federated, you end up being able to use HTTP, which most browsers speak, So I think if I had to kind of high level this whole thing, it's about self-determination, both for individuals and for communities, and making sure that there's that kind of flexibility for self-determination to occur. Right, all right. So, back to the code here. We're digging on this question of, we're using the URLs of the vote subject as the key. So what does a URL for a vote look like? Because here's the deal. Suppose I upvote example.com. Give that a +1, right? So now I'm on, let's say, madscience.com. And I'm Pete Frazee, and I got my votes. So what is this right here? How do I identify the vote? It could be, HTTP example.com, but that's, you're screwing with the URL form in that way. You could always do the percent encoding on it, and that may be what has to be done here. It's not my favorite, but of course another way to do that would be to put it in a like that. In fact, we might even consider modifying our whole. I appreciate that, Kai. We might consider modifying our entire URL structure to be a little more flexible. Because right now I'm doing something along the lines of, you know, for a post, it's madscience.com, phrasey, posts, and then the key. And part of me kind of wonders if we ought to be doing something more like madscience.com, phrasey, and then like, you know, schema equals, and then the schema of the posts, and key equals key. You know what I'm saying? Like query param based URLs to introduce a whole lot more flexibility into the URL structure, because otherwise we're going to be stuck with this problem every time. Does sound like a oh yeah. I don't know about a CVE, maybe a CVE. Yeah, actually, I suppose maybe, but just bugs in general. But if we do this kind of more generic query parameter-based addressing of user content, we get a lot more flexibility, and we don't have to have this question every time I'm introducing a new schema type of like, well, hey, wait a minute, how do I address that? So we may want to do it this way. So why don't I do that? So let's jump over to our construction code here. And this will become fairly normalized as a result, where it'll become the username, and then maybe like data, that kind of feels better to me. And then we'll add in a export function, parse entry URL. And then that'll set us up in a situation where the username is the path name, first segment. Then we'll have the schema URL will be the I'm going to need to, or the search params.get schema, and same story, key pulled out that way. That is going to probably save us from a lot of grief, I think. Yeah, that feels right to me. So let's go and modify some of our code here. We got to update all the post stuff to use this. We got to modify the comment stuff to use this now. And I had a piece somewhere where I was parsing this manually. I think it was in the tests. Where was I doing that? Let's see here. It was right here. So that's cleaner by far. Alright, let's make sure our test passed. Good deal. Why don't we log real quick to see what those URLs look like, make sure they're nothing, do a spot check on that. Yeah, it ain't pretty, but it does work. Interesting questions that we need to eventually look at with the schemas is whether or not we want to be using strict URLs or something which is actually not a URL but contains the relevant information. Do we want to have citizen? Do we want each schema to be like citizen.network/post.json? And that's how we're identifying stuff, or do we want it to be citizen.network/post? And then we would, if we did it in the latter way, we would have to have some kind of mechanism for going from that identifier, which is not actually a URL, and finding the schema correctly. The nice thing about dropping out the scheme and dropping out the extension and stuff is that, first of all, it's a little cleaner to look at, cleaner to code with. And it would also set us up in a situation where you could potentially change which transport you're fetching this stuff over. So if you started with HTTPS and then switched to Hyper later, once Hyper has something DNS-like involved, you could do that. But I don't know, that could also just create confusion. It would certainly make these URLs look nicer. They would start to look like schema equals citizen.network/post and wouldn't even need to do the URL encoding. Something to consider. Because that's pretty damn ugly. Gonna grab some more coffee. I just remembered I'm supposed to link my brother's album. So here it is in Apple Music. Traffic by Dead Wrong. I think it's on Spotify as well. Give it a look. He's always been super nice. Anytime I need music for a video I'm making, he lets me use the stuff he makes, and so I always like to share his work. All right. Back to votes. So that's in working order. So delete should be pretty straightforward as well. Meow meow. What's up, kitty cat? Cat's fussing, I don't know why. Okay, one other thing we gotta do is update the indexes whenever writes occur. I think she's upset I haven't played with her this morning. You upset, baby? It's pretty good, right? It's one of my favorite songs he did. 2000s house, your favorite kind of music, rare to find. Yeah. He has all kind of influences in this album. He's got some house electro kind of stuff. He's got some new disco. That cat is fussing. Alright, now we need to update our secondary index of votes. Similar to this right here. Oh no, she's knocking stuff off. That sounded expensive. 1 second. Alright, come on. Full day stream, which means that everything I gotta do during my day includes stuff like this. So I'll be right back. I gotta play with the cat. Enjoy the music. Appreciate that, Miguel. Miguel's referencing the blog post there. In public and shared spaces, collective rights take precedence, but in private and interpersonal spaces, individual rights should be maintained. It's all about balance. When I started working on all this a while back, I went back and I kind of realized that when we're talking about all these questions about authority models, this gets really heavy into the exact same kind of stuff that was being written about in the 1700s and the 1800s when they were talking about how to set up democracy post, European monarchy. And so if you go back and read the sort of classic pieces on that, you start with Hobbes, and he was writing in, I want to say actually the 1600s in reaction to some revolts that had occurred in England. There was the English Civil War, and I believe he was writing in reaction to the English Civil War, which was beginning to flirt with the idea of bringing in a democracy. And he wrote the Leviathan, where he actually was making a case in favor of the monarchy. And the way that he constructed the argument was he started by this idea of what is the state of nature for human beings? If we are left to our own devices, how do we act? And his argument was we are by nature fucking bastards. That we can't be trusted, that we will always serve ourselves, and that we will do harm to other people. And so his sort of argument from there is, okay, if our state of nature is evil, then civilization is designed to temper our bad impulses. And his whole premise was you need some kind of incredible power vested in civilization, which he described in multiple different forms as the Leviathan, to basically maintain order. So he was a good old-fashioned law and order argument, right? So then later on, Locke comes in and ends up, I may get my history a little bit wrong here, but this is how I remember it. Locke comes in and takes the same premise but reverses it, if I'm remembering correctly, where he argues that the state of nature is inherently good. And this would have been in the 1700s after Hobbes was gone. And his argument was that because the inherent state is good, you actually are trying to preserve the state of nature as much as possible, rather than suppress it. And so when you're entering into a civilization with each other, what you're actually having to do is construct it in such a way that you're preserving sort of the natural rights that come to you, which you're sacrificing to participate in a society with other people. And so that sort of set up the idea that civilization has an obligation to the individuals. Then you have Rousseau that did another variation on this whole theme. I forget exactly, but he kind of tried to synthesize the two ideas. And then you get into stuff like Montesquieu, who, among many things, introduced ideas like separations of power. So if you go back and read all of those old pieces of writing on how to do governance in a more sophisticated way than just having a king, you start to find a lot of good analogies to the exact kind of questions we're entering into as we're examining how to construct virtual societies. And one of the sort of touchstone ideas for this whole question is this idea of social contract, which is sort of what I was getting at with if you're giving up something to participate in a society, like the ability for you to just do violence on somebody that wrongs you, then the contract you're entering in with other people is that they are going to therefore maintain your interests despite giving up your ability to enforce them yourself. And you can use social contract in a lot of different to talk about a lot of different concepts. You know, if we're entering into it's basically, you know, if we're in a society together, we live in a society, man. If you're entering into a society, how do you make sure that contract between everybody individually is sort of equitable for everybody involved? It's sort of how do you live in a world where people are not adversarial at all times? And what do we owe to each other? So that's a little bit of the background about how I got to this point, is reading all that stuff. All right, the cat seems to have settled down, so we're back in action. Joshua says, you build an equitable society or people choose to leave and build their own. Exactly right. And my concern is that we don't just recreate the same problems as before, which is sort of what I've argued for a long time. You know, like, why hasn't any real contender to Facebook or Twitter shown up in practice? And I think part of it is that until we saw how the authority is going to be structured, everybody knows that you're just creating a new Twitter or a new Facebook, a new company that's going to be the appointed moderator over all information and decision making. So I think if we actually want to give people something worth caring about and move into, we actually need to be changing how authority works. Otherwise, there's no point in coming up with an alternative, really. You might as well just lobby the people that are in control already and save yourself the trouble. And, you know, I'm mired in the mythology of America's formation as an American, and so I go to those metaphors, but it's kind of like you didn't leave Europe to come to the, New World to establish another monarchy. So when they voted with their feet, we were lucky enough to come up with something better. Alright, let's take a look at our votes index schema here. You got the subject URL, the upvote count, and the downvote count. So, we can use the key in this case. You know what? If we're going to correctly track the number of upvotes and the number of downvotes, we actually need to know what we've already tracked. Actually, I think we'll be okay, because unless they put... Yeah, okay, hang on. We actually need to track the votes themselves, so I gotta change the schema here. It's gotta be upvoters and downvoters, or upvotes and downvotes. And those will be arrays of strings. Okay. Glad you're into it, Jerry. Okay, I think that's our secondary index handled. So let's get back to the votes here. So that gets now updated correctly on modifications. So now we need to implement get votes for subject and list user feed. List user feed I don't actually have a way to implement at the moment. So, you know, Jerry's talking about this question about, like, centralized and decentralized and how they kind of move between each other and how the web is technically decentralized, but then it centralizes again. That's always going to happen. And so this really decentralized versus centralized only really speaks to which direction you're trying to go at any given moment. And as much as I believe we need to be moving in the decentralized direction, quite clearly, it's not like always an inherent good. Again, sticking to the American sort of metaphors, there was actually a government, I don't know how many people know about this, but I'll assume nobody does. Before the current U.S. system of government was put into place, we actually had another form of government. So after the revolution, we put in this thing under what we called the Articles of Federation, I believe, which had a very weak central government and was designed to be very, very state by state focused. And it was a total disaster because basically the managing government over the kind of the federal government was so weak, it wasn't able to basically get everybody on the same page. And the different states that started to compete with each other economically started to form individual internationals, trade deals, began to issue their own currency and fight over currency valuations and so on, and it almost blew up the whole thing. And so then they came in with a stronger federal government under the Constitution. And again, the trick in that is, for all of our faults, the one thing that did work pretty well is that we had a pretty sophisticated set of constraints put in place on the government, which came down to using things like the Constitution to set laws which are really hard to change. That's really what a Constitution is. It's just laws that require a huge amount of consensus to modify and end up taking precedent over the other laws. And then we did things like multiple separate offices, the Justice Department, the executive, and the judicial system, the executive system, and the legislative system, designed to work separately and have overlapping powers, and that's the checks and balances idea. Point being that what they did is they recognized they need to have authority that's more powerful at the center, but the trick to it was making sure that it was well designed and, as I keep saying, properly constrained. Checks and balances, contingent authority, things like that. So that's sort of the mentality that I bring into this is, all right, eventually, let's say that Citizen catches on, eventually some of these nodes will, in an ideal world, get pretty big and carry a lot of sway. And that's just sort of inevitable because they're aggregating content, they gain traction as a point that people go to look for things. And how do we make sure that that's designed in such a way that it's not a disaster when that occurs? And now the cat one's out, so BRB. Hey Lars, thanks for joining. So I'm gonna nuke this list user feed for now since we don't have an easy way to implement that. But we'll do get votes for subject. Short recap. Short recap. Just been talking a lot about the high level about what we're doing with Citizen, and then starting to implement the votes API, which just about to wrap that up and start working on the tests. All right, so the votes for subject. All right, first things first, we need to, well, let's take a look at how we did with these comments because that'll save us some time. If there's nothing there, we need to return the empty object. I think that's again incorrect because it could come out null. So unfortunately, we just hit the end of my brother's album, and that's all the music I have that I know I won't get a copyright strike against, so I gotta go back to putting in the headphones. Alright, what should this look like? This may actually just be a straight get. Yeah, I think it is. Except it's a little more complicated than that, because this is an aggregated piece of information, so it's not a straight get. Let's do it like this. Yeah, right. Time for some tests. Alright, so we're going to want to create 2 users on this one. Actually, I think get returns null if it doesn't exist. Or undefined. Might want to log an error if get is rejected. That would make sense. Yeah. If I were a better man, I would do that. But I'm lazy. And I'm going to assume that if something like that happens, we'll start to see some weirdness like, hey, why aren't I seeing any votes on that thing? And we'll detect it by other means. So. Alright, so upvote urls.length 1. No, actually it's 2. And just so we can see it, let's log that. And I did that wrong. That's upvote URLs are 2, and then downvote URLs are 0. And then on this one, upvote URLs are 1, and downvote URLs are 1. And then let's test some of the behaviors around when modifications occur. Okay, forgot to do some importing. Okay, let's see if my usage is correct. Getting this error here. I'm on 40. So right away. Okay, so the URL is there. Well, let's see what the API is receiving. Maybe I need to wrap like that. Need to update my index schema definition. Votes line 70 failed. Oh, right, you can't set a vote value of 0. It's actually good. I'm glad I defined it that way. Makes things a little easier. Okay. All in good order. Whew. There's some big-ass URLs. And they ain't pretty. I wonder how badly we need to be URL encoding the query parameters. If we don't have to, I'd prefer not to, because it's just ugly as hell to have the URL encoding in there. And I'm pretty sure it remains valid. So I'm going to ride on the dangerous side of this and not do the encoding. See, those are just infinitely better to look at. Alright, let's run all tests to make sure that it doesn't screw with anything. Alright, I'm feeling that. Let's remove these console.logs and then it's commit time. Okay, so that's the Votes API done. Let's hit the Profiles API next. So an interesting question here is, do we use the typical entry URL construction here? I'm kind of inclined to say yes. Let me think. Or maybe no. Maybe in this case it ought to be not an entry URL, so it's like, should the URL that a profile reports be madscience.com being our instance like that, or should it be it's kind of like the verbose versus the short form. I kind of think this one may need to be the short form. Cool, glad to hear you agree. And then what do we do if it's not there? Let's actually throw in that case. That should definitely not be possible. I mean, of course it's always possible, but well, we could handle that in a lot of ways, actually. For now, I'm gonna throw. Alright, so for the put, slightly different. Let's do more copy and pasting. Key will be self. Let's take a look if there's anything we need to add here. No, we'll just take in the user data as it's given. Alright, that should be that, so let's get some tests going. Display name and description and homepage URL. And let's test the validation real quick. Keys not defined. So something wrong with my copy pasta. Right there. Throws async, not throws. Alright, profiles API done. What does that leave us? We got users. Not sure users.get is all we'll need. We may just need users.list. And then there is a weird conflict with profiles, so we'll have to kind of consider that. There's actually finishing out accounts. There's follows. And that's it. So we're pretty close here. So follows is what I'm going to hit next. We're going to need some secondary indexes to accomplish this. Perhaps just the one, which is the server aggregation of the followers. Yeah. That sounds right. Yeah. So, let's create a new schema, follow IDX. Actually, copy it from here. And we'll have the user URL and followed user URLs. Sort of a shame that the indexing is so manual and cumbersome like this, but we can perhaps look into cleaning this up in the future. And actually, let me look at that schema again, because I may have constructed that wrong. The schema should tell us for any given user who's following them. So it's actually following or follower URLs that we want. It'll be addressed by a given user URL. And this one's going to have the follower URL passed in separately. Okay, that all looks correct. And so now, we'll jump over to the actual API. What information do we need? Just the subject. Okay. In that case, I'm just going to take that in as a string. And created at is added. Alright, that's looking close. Something else I needed to do, and now I'm blanking on what it was. This looks pretty much correct. Alright, so then unfollow is somewhat similar. Not going to construct a value. Okay, that all looks correct to me. So now we'll do list followers and list follows. I'm going to change follows dot. No, I'll stay get. Yeah. Let's start with follows dot get. And that'll be the user URL and subject URL that gets passed in there. This will be pretty straightforward. We get the when do we do username versus user URL? I think actually, that's interesting. I think we normally actually would do username, yeah, and then the subject URL. So that'll be a little confusing, but that's how I think it'll have to be. Because the server can only get information about its own users. Alright, so that's follows.get. Now for the list user feed, we'll use that as our inspiration for list follows. Okay, that's that. And then for list followers, when would you use follows.get? Two reasons. One, to just do what you're really trying to do is follows.has, just to see if somebody is following some other URL. The other reason you might do it is to get the created at timestamp. So when did you start following that person? All right, list followers. In this case, it's going to be a little bit more like the votes get for subject. Where we're pulling out the votes, no, in this case it'll be follows IDX. And what does that thing look like? It's follower URLs. So that's a different object shape from list follows. I'm not sure if I'm bothered by that difference. Usually I like to try to have symmetry, but probably a bigger question that we'll have to engage with is whether or not list followers emitting a bunch of URLs is that useful. Given that we're only tracking, yeah, this is an interesting question here. If we're only tracking who's following who for the given server instance, it could just be usernames. And that would decrease the amount of data in the database for sure. Might hurt us at some point though if we get into the point of bringing in information into this index from other servers. Excuse me. Well, while I think on that, I'm going to get some coffee. Actually, my real vibe on this is more that I would like to not only have the, debating whether or not I want to omit the user URLs, but actually that it would be nicer to be fetching more meaningful information about the given user sets, like their profiles and stuff. So I don't have to do a bunch of round trips. But I have questions like that around a number of the APIs, so I'm going to do the dumb version first, same with everything else, and then later on we'll come back and have these functions pulling like profile information. We'll change how these work later. But that all looks fine for now, so let's go ahead and write some tests for it. Okay, so you can't just follow currently by username, you have to do the user URL. I think that's probably the right call, actually. Bevins is asking, is there a place I can point them to on the current thinking for multi-writer? This is something that the Hypercore team is actively working on, and we have a history of working on multi-writer, putting out a bunch of statements about what it's going to be and how we're going to do it, and then having to, basically realizing that it was an infeasible approach and having to go back on it. which not only confused people but also generated some frustration. And as a result, we've been sort of trying to take care about talking about stuff prematurely. So I have to kind of ride the line on that. Broadly, I could say it is being worked on. It's kind of what Matthias is spending all of his time on right now. And we'll share more when we know more. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to, having hypercores from multiple different authors getting woven together via some CRDT so that the resulting data structure is reflective of it's from multiple different people. So that's where we're headed. Now, in the meantime, there is a neat module created by Ranger Mauve that I always recommend people check out called Multi-Hyperdrive. And this works by layering hyperdrives on top of each other, which is actually similar to how like Plan 9 did their file system unioning. So take a look at that if you're interested in something in the near term. It's not a bad approach. It's got a couple of downsides which will be improved by the upcoming work. Yeah, it's very exciting, and I keep up with everything they're doing, and they're very pumped about it. It seems like it's going to be pretty cool bit of work. And I'm not talking much just because I'm doing basic debugging of my code here. Not super interesting to speak of. But for some reason, something is expecting a user URL. Okay. And how did I screw that up? That's how. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Ops is not defined. Okay, so far so good. Yeah, okay. Let's test the limit and real quick just to make sure that's working correctly. And then we'll test the followers fetches. Okay, our index is wrong for some reason. Let's take a look. Let's start by just making sure that's not thrown somehow. Okay, it's not that it's thrown, it's just coming up null. And what are we asking for right now? It's asking for usernames, that's why. Ah. There we go. Great. We're working here. Alright, now let's do a couple of modifications, make sure everything still works. So we'll just have Bobo unfollow Alicia here. Yeah, we also need to test follow get. How did I set that up? The username and the subject URL. Alright, this will have, need to log in as Bobo and have him unfollow Alicia. And then we'll just list his follows, make sure that's correct. That'd be follows 5. And then we'll list Alicia's followers. Value is not defined. That occurred on line 87. So unfollow failed. I got this right here. Okay, good. So that's now on working condition as well. That's great. So let's remove those console.logs and then we can commit that, and that's our follows API handled. Good kid. Time to say hi to the stream. We got a kitty in the stream. Gonna be good? You gonna let me stream? Okay. We got some kind of leftover console.log in here. Leave me alone. So I need to find that leftover console.log real fast. What do you want, kitty cat? No follows is good. It's not in posts. Not in profiles, maybe it's in votes. It is in votes. Yep. There we go. Okay, so that's the follows API done. We're getting real close to being ready to start on our front end. Definitely gonna need to get up and pace around. Before I do that. Okay, cat, what do you want? I'm gonna find out what the cat wants. Be right back. What do you want, baby? Yeah? You wanna play a little more? It's usually what you want down now. Alright. Kit is very routine driven, and I can consistently expect her to want to play twice in the morning. And looks like she's starting to peter out, so that's our second time, so that should be that. Citizen sounds like more like some kind of universal identification service rather than P2P Twitter. Certainly identity takes a part of the design on account of, you know, any service is going to have some kind of identity. And we're not... I wouldn't say that... I wouldn't call it that because it's sort of not where we're innovating a whole lot. At least not at the sort of initial step. More of the innovation here comes into play on how data is being synchronized between the nodes in the federated system, and then how data schemas are being operated. That's kind of more where I'm putting some juice, and then also more innovation up front on. I kind of sound lame talking about innovation, but more focus being put on authority models within the nodes. Probably we're going to do something, basically every user in the system will have a username on a server, giving them a URL like madscience.com/pfrazy, and then they'll have an internal URL for their database that's a hyper URL. And so whatever protocol we come up with for identity that persists beyond a given node so that you can move from one node to another, it's going to be some combination of like a redirect or transferring the underlying hyper URL to the new location and kind of using that as a continuity. But it's certainly, redirects have their problems. For instance, let's say a node of yours, like let's say I start out at madscience.com, and then madscience.com closes down, which is a pretty common occurrence amongst federated systems. Then it's not around to do the redirects anymore. And in a scenario like that, I think probably one of the ways we're going to need to address this sort of stuff is eventually we'll need to update our schemas so that we keep track of the underlying URL, probably, the hyper URL, so that you can at least continue to do redirects off of that. So, in theory, how that would function is you'd be able to, get a not found, discover that the hosting node is gone, but the users will still have the ability to keep their underlying hypers online manually. And so then we can say, okay, I knew what their database URL was. I'll pull from that and see where they went. So hopefully that will help solve our redirect problem. It'll be interesting, as this evolves, to see whether or not we want to try to separate the pieces of the system even more. Like, as it is right now in the federated model, we're combining the community with identity to some degree. Like, if I'm at madscience.com/pfrazy, then my identity is still relative to the mad science community. And you might want to actually have a separate system for the individual users, so that maybe I have, let's say, some kind of service that's like CTZNusers.com. And that's where I sort of home myself, so to speak, beyond any community. And CTZNusers.com might only host, just provide access to the user databases, but have absolutely no community features, no opinion about it, and so on. And like maybe that's where I do blog posts, for instance. And then I might also, with that same identity and that same data participate in multiple different communities, madscience.com and etc., and have all that data homed in the same place. It's also a possibility. This stuff will evolve over time, and when it comes to stuff like that, I'll say the same thing as I always say, which is about having tools in the toolbox, about introducing flexibility so that things like that can be done. Citizenry. That's not bad. Citizenry.com. I bet that's available. Oh, maybe that should be our initial node name. Good one, Kai. It is available. I'm grabbing that one. That's great. You did? Kai, you just grabbed it? I'm like right through my checkout flow. Did you just get it? Oh, okay. All right. Well, you know what? That was your idea. I'll let you go with blessing. Oh, well, that's kind of you to say it was going to be a gift. That's very kind of you. If it is, great. If not, you can hold on to it. That was your idea. It's a good idea. There are lots of good domain name options around here, but that one's up to you. Oh, okay. You're gonna. Okay. Word. All right. I'll register it. That's very nice of you. Thank you. I told a story on an earlier stream, one of these streams, 30 years in marketing. Yeah. Well, hey, it shows. Yeah, I was telling the story on a previous stream about one of my friends, how he trolled me and grabbed the beakerbrowser.com domain before I could, and put about how it was all about React, which is a stack that they all use, and I tend not to use React, and they give me a lot of crap for it, and so that was a funny turn of events. Okay, we got it. CTZN.com. That may be our first node, or my friends grabbing the domain name to troll me was a weird move. Yeah, I mean, you know, friends are friends. They were. It was all in good fun, and he gifted it to me afterwards. The only thing that was a downside was it was kind of complicated transferring ownership of the domain, but it was all in good fun. And it was back, you know, before anybody knew about Beaker, so it was, you know, not like it really hurt me or anything. Okay, cool. So yeah, I don't know if that'll end up being our. It would make a great instance, you know, name. So like, you know, kind of like how Mastodon has to have a .com. We don't want to use. We may use Citizen.network to be the kind of hey, learn marketing site for Citizen, but Citizenry might be better. All right, where are we at now? So we just got our follows done. And we can leave off accounts for now. So now we probably filled in the vibe. Now we probably need to get started on the front end. Yeah. All right, so first I need to set up a front end build watcher. This looks like it would be a useful tool. What are you meowing about? Can y'all hear her meowing? What are you meowing about? What, are you not getting enough playtime? Okay, 1 second. What do you want, Fussbutt? I have very needy coworkers. .com has the power. Only because of Brandon, right? Got in early, became the thing. That's what happens. Alright. So npm watch looks like what I'm looking for here, so let's install that. enter an infinite loop because the output directory is the same as the source directory, so how are we going to deal with that? Let's see. Let's see how refined this pattern can get. Let's see if I can get it to ignore anything that ends with build.js. Here we go, ignore. Handy, handy. So it'll be watch. Patterns. And ignore static.js main.build.js. Let's see if that did it. Okay. Looking mostly right. Let's do a quick test. Alright. Good, that's done. Now we need to run. Okay, this is going to be another big ball of hair to break down. I'm going to make sure nobody's trying to get in touch with me before we get started here. Alright, so it's going to be where to start? This is all code, this front-end code is all code from when we were doing the social stuff with Beaker. So there's a whole lot of stuff in here that is useful, but we also gotta step through one piece at a time and update it to the new design. And that's gonna take some work, to say the least. Let's start by going on a deletion spree. And I hope y'all don't mind, but I'm going to shrink the code a little bit so I can work with it a little easier. Alright. We haven't even begun to touch on notifications, so that'll be something else entirely. We'll get rid of suggested sites, we'll get rid of latest tags, search query can stay, tag filter goes, is empty stays, num new item stays. And I'm probably not going to narrate a whole lot through this because this isn't super interesting, so it's just going to be a whole lot of me dealing with some code and removing pieces. Later, Miguel. Thanks for joining us. Gonna be probably doing this just about every day, so feel free to pop back in at any time. let's see where that takes us. Okay. Alright, making some progress. Yeah, making some progress. So we're missing our fonts here. Let's grab that real quick. Uh-oh. Ah. Whoa. Huh. What's that about? Our table setup failed. Well, that's something new to debug. So this right here failed. Huh. For some reason, ID null got written instead of what should have been. Alright, well, let's try nuking our database and spinning it back up, created a new one, and now we'll run it again. Worked that time. That's a little concerning, to be sure. Gonna have to look into that. Huh. Yeesh. Yeah, that's a pain. Well, let's create our temporary user here. We'll have to come back to that action. Alright. Back to the front end. Where to even begin? Probably with log in and log out. Yeah, probably with that. So, Obviously, we need a header strip across the top. So let's hit that. Shift it down. You see it all now? Okay. Alright, that looks fine to me. Good enough for now. All right. Let's add those login and sign up views. Come on, man. You're not really going to make me a shirt, are you? I mean, I'm a medium if you really want to. That's really, again, that's super nice of you. Go for it, man. That is super sweet. As in cool. Also nice. Go for it. Do you, man. If you end up making those shirts, absolutely, I'd love one. Alright. So now we're getting multiple entry points. Not just main, but also log in and sign up, which means our build scripts need to be updated to reflect that as well. Bummer about that is it's going to slow down our builds for sure. Alright. Let's see if there's a way to get multiple outputs. Just need to run rollup to bundle the ES modules into a actually we'll leave that running. Yeah, because we're using ES modules and don't want to be hitting doing that module loading at runtime. So just bundling it all together. Okay, can be array for multiple inputs. So I think it'll be like this. Looks good. Gotta update our watcher to ignore multiple things. Okay. So now login should, yep, look like that. And let's jump into the code. Might be able to ignore using the glob pattern. That would certainly be a little easier for the future. Let's take a look. String or array, well, you know, let's let's just try it. Yeah, looks like it. That's better. Good deal. Thanks for the suggestion there. Okay, so login is going to be a lot simpler. We can remove a lot of this. Really got to clean up this CSS directory here. It is pretty gross. Got to update the login view so that it is using the right app name. All right. No, we're already in main, so we'll do git class login form. Alright, let's see here. So we'll set a max width of, let's try 600 pixels. All right. Hey, Nina. Yeah, it does feel like a co-working session. It's great. I'm really enjoying this. I'm super glad you're here. Nina's been a part of the DAT and Hyper community for a long time. For folks that don't know them. Yay. Okay. Wonder if our base font is too small here, because this is pretty small, 13 pixels. What happens if I just bump that? 15 feels a little better. So, Lars just asked what this rule, CSS rule, is here, and everybody feel free to ask me questions like that as we go. I'm always happy to share. So that particular rule is using two things in combination. The star matches basically anything, and the angle bracket says immediate children. So in the form controls, I have two immediate children, the label and the input. And so this was a way for me to say every immediate child of the form control should adopt those rules. All right. I'm going to modify common.cs and merge main.cs into it. You do need the star. You can't just do the angle. So you couldn't just do like that. You gotta have something. So like the angle bracket kind of acts as like a, how would I put it? It's like, how would I put it? It's like a modifier that kind of like, or a separator modifier, if that sort of makes sense. So those shouldn't be there. like a depth modifier. Yeah, exactly right. Instead of a start, you could use a div if you wanted to have just divs getting hit by it. Okay, so that's a better base font size. Now you would think there'd be padding on the inputs by default. Did I not do that? I guess I did not. I think I'll leave that as is then. Just do it here. If I have any kind of particular bias in my design, it's towards increasing the amount of space involved, for sure. That feels all right. Alright, that feels pretty good. Let's get an autofocus on that username input, which may or may not trigger whenever it's like this. Alright, it's not triggering, so we're going to do this. Like this dot shadow root dot query selector input username dot focus. not update complete. What is it that I'm looking for? Is it just updated? I only really want it to be on the first update, but alright, that works. Now our focus color is black, which is wrong. Let's take a look at our colors here. So the input type is text or password, or it's a text area. And when it's focused, let's see if make sure we don't have that being applied anywhere else. Over here. Interesting. What's that about? Yeah, this is slightly more old school. I'm doing this with lit element, so there's web components involved. That one. Where's that rule getting set? Has my that's not great. The state of the CSS in this situation is not exactly ideal for what it's worth. There's some pretty bad kludges involved. You may notice that I have CSS and CSS.js involved. It's a whole problem. Now that looks like the default hover states, or default focus states. No, there it is. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I'm alright with that. Now, why does it think it's going for my email address? Why does it think I want that? Let's get back over to our login form. And let's set some names on these. Is it still going to try to do that? All right, well, it's not very helpful, but fine. All right. Looks about as good as it could. Hey Bushnell, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you back. Gonna have to add that who am I in a second here. So why don't we do that now? Okay, pretty straightforward function there. Just get the current logged in username. And why don't we do we'll do it like that. And then on submit, e.target.username.value, password.username.value. Actually, when that happens, we'll do window.history.pushState, and that'll take us back, and then we'll do this is logging in. Put a spinner while it's trying to log in, so the user knows something's happening. And we'll disable it, disable the login button while that's happening. Now we need to add an error state. Okay. Probably should get into validation. Let's do a temporary one. Let's see, first we'll do there's an error, we need to render it. All right. Need to make this async. Good. Can't read property. Who am I of undefined? Hi, STE. Welcome to the stream. Why don't I put that error underneath the inputs? It'd be great if I had a way to do that element first updated. Yeah, alright, first updated. That way it won't keep on moving our focus, so that's good. Now let's move STE, do I say your name Stee? Or is it Ste? Stefan from Germany. Refresh my memory. When did we meet? It's good to see you again. It's just, to be honest, I am just awful with remembering folks. So yeah, help me out. Remind me how we met. The last Congress. Yeah, could you remind me where we were or what we were talking about? That was a good time, that last Congress. I was just saying to some folks the other day, I was so glad we got to do that right before the pandemic hit. Because sure as heck wasn't going out anymore after that. Okay, that's looking good. Okay, cool. We didn't, were we, was that us that hung out for New Year's? I'm trying to remember who that was that I hung out with. Okay, so everything just worked except our redirect didn't work. Stefan, was that you that I spent New Year's with? Alright, so let's just change this to that. No, we just hung out in the P2P tent after the meeting. Cool. Well, good to see you again. Somebody's asking me about CTZN and IRC, so let me respond to them real quick. Oh, cool. Fleeky's on the live stream. Yeah, so Fleeky's asking about, how the relationship between the peer-to-peer federation works, and the answer to that is that the federated servers are going to act as aggregators to the peer-to-peer data, so all the data is going to be stored on the in Hyper-Vs, and that will make it possible for two things to happen. One, the federated servers will synchronize with each other using Hypercore. And then by default, they'll maintain the user databases as their own Hyper-Vs. He was talking to me in the Beaker browser channel, but to be honest, we don't really use IRC a whole lot more anymore. We're using the Discord that you can find on the hypercoreprotocol.org website. So I just kind of continue to hang out in the Beaker browser IRC channels since some folks are still there. But yeah, so anyway, so the user databases are all their individual Hyper-Vs, and the federated servers will maintain them for you by default, but I'm going to build in the ability for you to bring your own, so that, if you're using Beaker, you can actually kind of maintain ownership of the data, and hopefully be able to do some interesting flows around transferring between, multiple federated nodes that way. IRC will never die, for it has never lived. What is dead may never die. Hey, remember when that was cool? Alright. IRC is dead, long live IRC. Now, what was I just doing here? I was working on the sign-in. I need to do an alert to say to do on the forgot password flow. And, well, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's just create the view. We'll come back to that later. Alright, gotta get some music on here. It's supposed to be a new deadmau5 album soon, I think, which I'd be stoked about. He keeps on just doing singles, which is great, but not what I want. What I really want is a new album. Guess that's not out yet. might be wrong about that, so don't hold me to that. Alright. Something else we need to do is we've got this header session controls that needs to be repeated through multiple views, so I'm going to pull that out into its own component. No, not you. Let's see. Who's somebody simple I can copy from? We'll do that. And I'm gonna not use the shadow DOM for this thing. Hey Clayton, I'm glad to hear that. The initial setup on web apps and websites of Beaker are real straightforward. The hard stuff kind of comes in with the more advanced features, unfortunately. Which is part of the challenges that we were up against and why we sort of kind of started doing something like this, the federated model. We're not using the toast, so that can go. And we'll import from com header session.js. And then we'll just stick our CTZN header session. We'll pass in the current session object. And let's copy that over to the main. Let's get that session loading code. Alright, so far so good, but we gotta update our CSS over there. And don't need buttons or inputs or don't need any of that. In the not too distant future, I am going to update all of this CSS stuff, because this is just way too confusing. Part of the frustrating thing about this is basically I need some of the CSS to be just normal CSS files and some of the others to be this sort of JS style. Like I need to duplicate rules because of how things work. kind of a pain. Okay, so we factored out that header session stuff. And now we need to citizen session header. Let's see if that applies correctly. It's not using the shadow DOM, right? No, it is, so I messed up something there. Real quick, let's jump back over to here. Alright, so I need to figure out how to... I got something wrong with create shadow root there, so let's see here. Create render root, not shadow root. There we go. That padding isn't getting applied, so let's look into why that is. Header session. Okay, good deal. We should fix something that just happened there, that little twitch while it's loading. So let's only render something if the session is null. And then let's implement logout real fast. Gonna need to pass in the API object. But we don't need that as a property. Might be nice to set the API object as a global somewhere, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, let's see if logout works now. Didn't work, what happened? Client is not defined. That's interesting, let's see here. Looks like our logout function is ill-defined somehow. Uh-huh. So we're logging out and it's not having an effect. Why might that be? And why am I logged in? Do I have temporary login code going on right now? Is that what's going on? Sessions are in memory, so that shouldn't be happening. Huh. Alright, let's see here. Why am I getting automatically logged in? Will this social media app deploy to mobile too? Since it's going to be using HTTP, the answer will be yes. There it is. Yeah, let's remove that now. Thought I left over some temporary auto login stuff. Okay, so now I'm logged out. Okay, interesting. Right. I'm establishing new RPC sockets every time. So I need to be creating session identifiers here. I'm gonna stretch my legs and get some more coffee, so I'll be right back. So our push to the login is broken right now because the sessions are only living as long as the RPC. Yeah, Stefan is right. Or Stefan. Excuse me, Stefan. Stefan's right about that. You'll be accessing it through the federated nodes, so you'll be accessing it through HTTP, so all you go. Stefan. So we got a problem with how our sessions are working because we're creating new WebSockets on page loads because I'm not doing it all as an SPA. And so now I got to figure out whether or not we want to, probably don't want to just be sticking the password into like local storage or session storage, you know, and doing a login every time. We probably want to have a session ID created so you can resume those sessions. pretty sure. So let's get into that. Kind of a pain, to be sure. We're going to need some kind of cache of sessions. Ideally, those sessions would persist beyond server reload, so you don't have to log in every time we reload the server. And so we probably want to store these in the private server database. I need to shave. Okay. So let's take a look at our private server schemas here. Well, we're glad to have you, Clayman. All right. So we got database server. What is the private server store here? We got just the accounts schema. So we could go ahead and, why don't we store sessions in, well, no, actually you may have more than one session for a given account, so we're going to need another schema here. Account session.json. This will give us a chance to see what happened with the table creation after earlier. Internal record of active session with a user account. And that'll be username and the session ID. Probably want to maintain some memory about when it was created, so that we can potentially clean them out and force an expiration on them. Let's add that to our database. And then let's jump over to this table definition creation and do some logging here to see what could have gone wrong. Okay, let's test that now. Yeah, so there's a bug in there. Something's wrong with our data layout. That should be underneath schemas. Yeah, okay. It's good bug to detect and fix. Need to get our Hyper-B debug kind of viewer going so I can more easily catch these kinds of bugs. So, problem is up right here. It should have been doing some schemas. Yeah. So I forgot to namespace the table definitions underneath this underscore schemas, and that is, as a result, created some bugs. And the only reason it manifested after the database had been active for a while is that it only created a bug whenever there was some data inside the tables. Because what we're seeing here is what happens when you do a create read stream on all the tables inside of the private database, and so it's hitting table 1, which is this account entry. So, time to nuke and try it again. And that worked just fine. Okay, so I should be able to remove these logs now. Need to create my temporary user account again. Okay. Good. Let's commit that one fix. Okay, so that's fixed. Let's get back to our account session stuff. So we're going to need a UUID generator. And we are going to need to return that information on login. And we should delete the sessions on logout. And then let's add a method to try to resume a session rather than do a login. Okay. So now in our front-end code, let's update the RPC API to automatically attempt a login before or a session resume. If local storage.session ID Okay, and then finally in our login, we just want to store that. So local storage.session ID equals s.session ID. Okay, so that should give us now some session persistence. Let's see if it worked. Session ID is not defined. Take two. Okay. So now in our local storage, we should see our session ID. And there it is. And if I close the server and restart it, looks like that worked. Good deal. Now let's test logging out. Okay. So now we have persistent sessions. Good deal. Okay, let's go ahead and commit some of those pieces there. Probably should add some automated tests around that, but I'm going to worry about that later. like we're making some progress here. I'm gonna go ahead and commit what we got. Yeah, Lars, that's correct. In fact, you could also delete items off of local storage by just calling delete on the property, but I don't necessarily always like to do that. So Flaky just asked semi-serious question in Mastodon bloat units. Didn't just ask this. Fleeky, for what it's worth, are you still on? It'd be easier to talk to you if you hang out in the YouTube stream chat, because I'm not checking IRCs constantly. I can understand maybe if you don't want to. If you don't want to, just make sure you ping me whenever you ask a question on IRC. But Flaky just asked, in Mastodon bloat units, how much resources do you think this will take for the federated servers? Because Fleeky says they run both Matrix and Mastodon services and would love a lighter weight alternative that moves the tech stack forward. And I don't know. We're gonna have to find out. It's gonna be it's gonna require some work to make sure that it's as efficient as possible. And I can't make any kind of promises about it being X more efficient or not, because it's really just impossible to know until we get there. The economics around the Federation are going to be challenging, to be sure. Might be the kind of thing where we even try to bake in some solutions for it, but I don't know. We'll see. Right. So we have log in and log out. Could do sign up next. That's kind of a rabbit hole I don't want to get into. I think I actually just need to take a quick break. But I'm going to keep the stream going. Just put up a little screen here. Because I want to maintain an uninterrupted stream today, so... So I'm going to take 15. Back soon. Back in action. Glad we had you, Stefan. Catch you later, and yeah, please do go back and watch the old sessions. Oh, and thanks for joining the Patreons, Stefan. Appreciate that. Alright. Just want to do a quick checkup on what's going on in the world. Still getting a feel for having my whole day get streamed. Definitely a different way to spend my day. It's really fun, but normally I'd be checking social media and stuff like that throughout the day, and I obviously don't want to be doing that. I've seen a lot of people beating up on Bitcoin lately. All making points I agree with, to be honest. I'm really glad that Ethereum is switching to a proof of work or proof of stake. It's one of my largest concerns about cryptocurrencies. Okay, well, in a change of pace, it looks like the world has not blown up. Always good to see it. Yeah, it looks like my stream latency, no, it should be low, but a little bit of lag. Oh, ha! That's funny. Somehow my dashboard was set back. There we go. Alright, I think what this now calls for, I think it is time to start getting into creating posts and rendering the feed. So let's dig on in, huh? Easy peasy, ain't nothing to sweat. Start with the composer, because that's how we'll get our posts. Actually, why don't we start by cleaning up this CSS? So let's start by finding out what happens when I remove some of this stuff here. Okay, nothing catastrophic. That does have an effect. So we do need to, okay. Reset we can move, I think. I don't think that gets used a lot, so I think we can move that just straight into common. colors is the one that we're going to have to possibly dual define. Actually, it may not need to be... Like, do I even use the JS version anywhere? Only in one place, and I'm not sure I need to. There's some kind of funky inheritance rules around CSS with the shadow DOM that I have to contend with here. But I believe color variables get inherited by shadow DOM. I'm quite sure they do. I believe typographic rules do as well. Let's see what happens when I remove the common import. Okay, so some things did get modified by doing that. So these rules don't get carried over. I think I can live with that. Okay, so far so good. Just gonna have to clean up the links. That's no big. And I think, let's see if see how awesome that gets imported. Never in the JS form. So that's out. Now let's see if buttons.css is still getting used. It is there. Alright, so I'm going to delete the old, get rid of that duplicate. And now I'm going to delete all the old .css files that I don't need. Okay, let's make sure compilation isn't failing. It is. Okay. Okay, okay. So that's about 1,000,000,000 times cleaner. I'm glad to have gotten that done. How do you feel about the layout? I think it's alright. Might go ahead and move these guys into the COM folder. Get a little bit more of a distinction between components and top level stuff. I'm gonna manually update all these imports. We'll just go ahead and fix this. Okay. That is definitely better. And now let's just clean up those links. Yeah, let's do color inherent by default. Okay. Okay. Happy about all that. Now let's get plugging on that composer. Now this thing was originally designed with Markdown in mind, but we're not going to do Markdown. Also had a system for like tags and stuff. That's out now. So first things first, let's go ahead and delete some of that code. Alright, now I believe I was using VS Code as the editor, also not necessary in this scenario. So a whole lot of this gets easier to implement. We may end up needing some kind of rich editor at some point, but certainly not at first. So tags is out. Current view is out. Drive URL will need to go as well at some point soon, and we'll hit on that in a second. The private stuff is also out. We'll have to come back to the visibility at another time, because that's not something we're going to be handling at this stage. Everything's just going to be public for now. We'll remove the create editor. Insert image. We'll hold off on that for now as well. It's nice, Kai. One step at a time. I'm feeling good. I'm not like overpressured or anything. Alright, we'll hit the submit logic later. Don't need to worry about on global paste. How is normalize URL getting used? Okay, don't think we need that at the moment. So all that's out, and all that's out, and that's out. We'll go ahead and remove that, and that. We'll worry about subject URL and parent later, because we reuse this composer for comments. Don't need blobs. We'll come back to profile. Don't need these. Don't need this. Alright, alright. We'll have an is active boolean. Oh, actually, no, I don't need that. Still deleting old code. Alright, now we just need to update the text area. Okay, a couple of things to contend with here. I think we might have an easier time if we go ahead and import the inputs CSS so that we have some consistency there. Okay. And you know, I think actually I don't need to be doing what I'm doing with the editor wrapper, so we'll do that. Padding needs a little more consistency with the starting state. So let's try 12px and 16. Let's see what it actually is here. 12 and 16. Got it. Okay. And it looks like I got the font size different between the two. Yeah, the font size looks like it's 14 pixels there. Let's bump that to 15. Okay. Don't think we're gonna need it. Well, let's go ahead and just keep it for now. First updated this shadow query selector text area dot focus. Good. Alright, so as changes occur, we're going to want to hold on to the draft text. And we need to grab our character limit and update that as we go, which is right here, which is 256. Cool. These buttons should be a little bigger, I think. Yeah. little too big on the buttons, and there does need to be some margin, but yeah, that's better. Okay. Hi, Mike. Welcome to the stream. Okay, that's good. Probably ought to have this thing auto-sizing when we're closer. I'm not going to worry about that for now. Lorem ipsum. Alright, so posting should be pretty straightforward here. This is going to be a to-do. Handle comments. And we're going to need the API to get passed in. It'll be api.post.create, pass in the text, this.draft text, let's wrap this in a try catch, just in case something goes wrong. We'll let that get handled elsewhere. And now I just need to go over to our main and pass in the API to our composer. Okay. Let's see if it works. We got an error. But I think it probably succeeded. There we go. All right, now we need to update our Feed rendering. This piece of code gets intense because at various points the code was used to render a number of different things. And so we have this total workhorse record rendering. This is handling all kinds of quote-unquote records and all kinds of render modes, and so we're gonna see how this goes. So we'll start with the record feed. And record feed. How do I feel about calling it record feed? I'm gonna rename it to just feed. Whew, look at all that code. Okay. Making some progress, but for some reason we're getting way more than we should. Probably because I forgot to pass in the offset. Okay. That should be there. No, that's not quite right. Still seeing some duplicates. It's reversed, so it should actually be less than. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll get back in. Gonna rename the record thing to post. I'm gonna, like I was mentioning before, this was designed originally to be really generic to handle all kinds of different feed types, and we're just gonna take out all that genericness and just make these purely for our posts. So in addition to, you know, yeah, since it was generic, it had all this concept of both knowing different record types, but also having multiple render modes. And we're just going to take out the render modes and pick one of them and use that. That's what that context action was about. That'll have to come back at some point. Worry about that later. Right. So Jerry, Jerry asks, will I be able to make an app that accesses the exact same data with no ability from you to block my app? Is data decoupled from company services and apps? Yeah, so all the data gets stored in Hyper-Bs. So you are going to be able to access the data through that. So access should always be a possibility. That render mode as comment may stick around, so we're just going to comment that out for now. Action is out. Expanded link is out. Link is out. Wrapper is probably out. Render thumb, don't need that. Cleaning up some old stuff. Yeah, basically, bringing in, updating the old code to work for our new thing, which involves a whole lot of pulling out old code for sure. We'll see how much of it we need at the end of the day. You can always pull it back from the original source that it came from. So let's see, there's definitely going to be an error. But let's see how far we go before we hit it. So render mode straight away. It is nice to get rid of old crap. Always feels good to delete code. Nobody dislikes doing that. Okay, and that should be choking on, yep, the lack of the author field being there. Let's jump over here and pull out some of the old CSS now as well. Content visibility and content contain intrinsic size are both pretty cool bits in here that I would recommend anybody check out and see what that's about. Just Google it or something, you'll find what it is. It's basically a sort of a performance optimization that's really sweet. Okay. So now we're going to need to update our posts API to give us some profile information about the posts we're looking at. Okay, let's see if that did the job. Yes, except I forgot to get the... Oh, no, just not at all. That's interesting. Ah, I shouldn't have done this. Oh, no, I should do it that way. I should just actually do it the way I'm proposing. So let's go back over here and return it as opposed to setting it. And we do need to include the author URL. Let's try again. Okay, making progress. And something else is failing now. Something wrong with one of the dates, so let's see what it could be. Okay, relative date. So that looks like it's either going to be inside the post renderer or the feed renderer. You talking in this code right here? Or I'm usually pretty good about running the line there, where if it's an error that that isn't, like, there's really three kinds of errors. One, the kind of error that, or really three kinds of situations with an await. One where an error should not emit, as in like this case here, which also matches my second kind of error, where if there is an error, it's unexpected, it ought to throw and bubble up, and that's a bug that'll get caught somewhere else. And the second kind is where an error is expected and should go through the flow of the code. And so hopefully I am correctly addressing those possibilities. Okay, so this issue that we're having now is in the post-rendering code. It's the relative date bit. Okay, we're making some progress. CSS is missing though. Why would that be? Yeah, because it was expecting the card class on it. Hey! Progress. Spacing is off. Let's fix that. That'll be in the feed code. It's probably looking for records still. Yep. Alright, do I need to worry about any of these? I don't think I do, so they can all go. And yeah, I think we're good. Moving along. didn't refresh. Sweet. Alright, I'm gonna grab myself some water. BRB. So display name isn't being used. That's interesting. Let's go ahead and fix that real quick. Yeah. Hang on. Our profile loads may be failing to... Yeah, they are failing to load the display name. As suggested. Alright. Now let's find out what's going on there. So it looks like everything was correct. I just, as usual, Forgot that I need to do the wrapper. There we go. Very cool. Very, 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 very cool. Got to solve avatars soon. Alright. What next? Probably aggregated information about comments and votes. I've thought about using a watcher for the server code. Suppose there'd be no harm in that. It doesn't happen a whole lot that I have to... Yeah, it might be, you know, just not quite needed, but... Jerry says, I recently heard about Uplink. It seems like a peer-to-peer Dropbox. It looked neat. Yeah, so the situation on that is we came out of working on social stuff inside of Beaker at the end of last year, discouraged with the idea. For some of the reasons I talked about in that blog post. We just didn't feel like we had our arms around some of the hard challenges. And we're also not really sure, at the time, if there was a market for a social thing. And so we were like, all right, you know what? Why don't we just kind of step back and handle, do Uplink instead, kind of the Dropbox. And then things happened that happened recently that kind of kicked up interest in the social stuff again. And I'd had enough time to sit and think on how I would take a new approach at it that I felt like, well, you know what? I think I want to bring that back. So now Uplink is on pause and I'm working on Citizen. So that's what happened there. What can you do? Oh, that's not good. Yep. Let's start with that real quick and see what that looks like in the output. Right, there are no votes yet. So now it's time to jump over to the vote control. Okay, so we got the up thumb and the down thumb. We can come back to that in a second. And we don't need the code to look like this. It can look like Okay. Not exactly in love with the thumb. Not even a little bit, to be honest. But we'll come back to that. Let's implement the vote toggle. Here's one we'll wrap in a try-catch. Oh no, toast. What is this? That's empty. Okay. So not e.data, but e.message. There we go. Cannot read property votes of undefined. Is this .api not getting set? Must not be, so let's check over the feed. No, it is not. Okay. It is nice to have the toast for debugging. No question about that. Let's modify our RPC response, or RPC library real quick so that when it, similar to what I did earlier, we're going to wrap this so we can get better errors. Okay, should have the property vote. So I set that wrong, so let's jump back over here. Hey, there we go. Except they didn't persist. That's bizarre. Huh. Okay. Well, that can't be right, actually, because when we ran, what's the URL we have on these posts? It's like that. You know, a downside of using URL keys like we're doing here, or query strings like we're doing, is that you can actually have multiple different URLs representing the same thing, because sometimes schema might be first as the key in the key ordering, and sometimes key might be first. So there's no concept of a canonical key ordering. That's actually kind of a problem. It's kind of a really a problem, actually. Yeesh. That may actually totally break that idea of how we construct our URLs. Unless we are always breaking them down into their constituent pieces. Ah, shoot. Oh man. That's a pain. Huh. That had never occurred to me as a problem in the form of using query strings for URLs. The key ordering. Okay. We're gonna have to come back to that issue. Let's debug what's going on first. We know that something's amiss here because when I was doing the vote myself, this API to get votes for subject was working correctly. If I call reload signals manually here, the votes load up. So something's wrong with our post handler here, our post fetch here. Let's see what it's using as the URL. Is that differing in some subtle way? Doesn't appear to be. Okay, so why is it failing? Fetch is just failing. Huh. That's really odd. Let's see if there's an error thrown. Ah. Ha! That's what I get for suppressing errors. I feel like Lars maybe just got what he was asking for. Hey Miguel, welcome back. There we go, that fixed that. Okay, now we need to grapple with this URL normalization question. Oh man, what a bummer. So we have a problem of key ordering in our URLs. Which means that, oh, let me step this out for y'all here. So this is currently how we're constructing URLs for our data. You got the origin, you got the username, and then data, and then schema, and then key. The problem is that there is an implied ordering of the keys there, which could easily be the reverse, like this. And were that to happen, they would both be valid versions of the same URL, but they would have the ordering wrong, and so they would fail string comparisons. Oh, that's a shame. We could, you know, try to enforce a key order, but that's not really wise. Yep, we either need a different URL scheme or we need to sort the keys. Shoot. One thing we could do that would be kind of clever. Why is ordering a problem? Because one, no individual node or piece of software is going to be solely responsible for generating these URLs. And I do things like lookups against URLs. Like for instance, the votes index that get by the subject URL. And if the key, or if the URL got formed differently, you'd end up with a problem like this. What I'd really like is to have some kind of automated way for any given schema to be properly represented in the system. Because one thing I kind of think about at one point, I mean, that would be just good, you know, clean code. But the other thing I think about is it would be very interesting if over time citizen servers could have additional schemas installed by the node operator as opposed to, you know, like through plugins. So, one option might be to and really the real trick here is the schema URLs. Those IDs, you know, those URLs being embedded in another URL form a problem for us. Does the schema really need to be there? It does. But now what I'm wondering is, does it need to be there in this form? Could we, for instance, do something like could we do something like that? Where schema ID actually might have to be something like schema namespace, schema short ID. So that would look something like this. But basically then we need some kind of short ID to be introduced into the schema definitions. But that might be the best way to do this. The key is like the ID of the individual record, Jerry. This feels like the best solution for all this. So I think it's time to introduce this concept of short IDs to schemas. Does the schema really need to be part of the key in the database? Yeah, it does, because as I was mentioning, we're not always, the server, we may at some point have like a way for multiple schemas to get introduced as plugins. And we want to have a really clean way to map the different kinds of tables to a URL consistently. This kind of extension to JSON schema is the sort of thing I've intended, expected to be doing in some form, and various for various tasks. Yeah, it's a thought, Lars, but I don't totally love it. I'm slamming so much water, I need to use the bathroom again. It'll give me a chance to pace a little. We actually don't need to put the namespace in this thing. All we need, because we can infer that from the ID. And we could always, we could always just take the last segment of the path, strip any extension, and call that the short ID. Let's do that for now instead of having it be encoded in the schema in some way. It kind of feels like the safest choice. Okay, so I feel pretty decent about that approach. So it's going to be now username, schema namespace, schema ID, followed by the key. And we're going to parse the schema URL, and the schema namespace will be the host name, and the schema ID a little bit of information lost in that, though, in that the path name, if your schemas are not, yeah, it suggests that your schemas always have to be at the root, actually, because we need to be able to go from a we need to be able to go from a given URL to the appropriate schema consistently. That may be okay, actually. Well, is it okay? Yeah, we have to reverse this translation, so it's... We could handle that by just URL encoding it. We could also simply allow the schema ID to have multiple segments. So if your schema is like CTZN.network users profile for some reason, the URL could be origin.com/phrasey/data/users/profile key. So we could just allow that to, oh no, it has to have CTZN.network in there. It seems to me like the most reasonable answer to this, to be honest. I can live with it. It's not a bad thought, Jerry, but it requires still some more sophisticated rules, I think, around... it requires more sophisticated rules around how the paths are constructed than what we're talking about here. Let's find out how base name behaves. Of course, Kai, thank you for joining. That's not what I want. So base name isn't the method I want. Oh, it is, except that it needs to know what the extension is. How do I want to do this? I'm going to do a simple rule for this. I'm just going to handle this. Oh, what the hell with all this? Where are you in my history, for God's sake? That's worthless. Okay. Parse entry URL. Yeah, works. Okay. Let's nuke the database and start again from that. Now I gotta make my stupid user. There are some assumptions for sure in how the schemas are being handled there. We're just going to have to work around those assumptions. I feel like that's as minimal and simple as possible. Oh, good to know, Jerry. Thanks. Okay. Gotta start somewhere. Yeah, I agree. Oh, gotta log in. Well, that shouldn't be there if you're not logged in. And what is that about? Right, hang on. Go to the post composer. Well, I don't hate it. Let's commit that change to how URLs are constructed. All right, back to the votes. So in the vote URLs, oh Lord. Technically correct, the best kind of correct. So that's how we. That is what the vote URLs look like now, because their keys are the URLs that they are voting. Just occurred to me also that the choice of what to use as the key is not encoded in the schemas at this stage. That's just sort of implicit. That actually probably needs to be made explicit. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, when we come out of this, the tooling around this whole tables, peer-to-peer table system is going to be awesome, but it's just going to take a while to answer questions like this. Really, it's not super great for the vote URLs to look like that. Yeah, this will definitely be the key mapping to the data. That'll be something I sleep on. That's probably going to need to be a new JSON schema field where it says which of the where it's going to say which of the properties is used as the primary key. But this introduces this question about what the vote URL should look like. I want to be able to look them up quickly by the subject URL, which is why they're constructed like that. To some degree, there's not a whole lot of need to actually look at the vote URLs. Because, I mean, honestly, I don't really want upvote URLs coming out here. I want the upvoter URLs. The URLs of the users doing the upvotes. So I may just do that translation now and not worry about what those vote URLs look like for the moment. Yeah. So let's pop into the votes. Well, let's start with the posts API. I'm going to change this to upvoter URLs and downvoter URLs. And add a function to extract the author URL from them. Let's actually call that extract user URL. I'm going to make the same change to the votes API. Nailed it. So now we can get my vote by looking in if this.post.votes.upvoter urls.contains this.profile.url. We know it's an upvote. Likewise for downvotes. It includes. Yeah, it's a getter. Okay, so still not seem to be working. Is profile getting set? It's not getting set. Should be getting passed in though. Okay, so why isn't profile ever getting set? Is profile just loading after? I am logged in. Oh, I'm just not loading. I'm putting it in session. That's probably all right. was inconsistent. Alright, I'm changing session to profile in all cases. Okay, so we're closer. Doesn't have a URL on it, so that's why we're not 100% there yet. So let's get rid of all those console.logs. Darn shame my computer can't handle this all better. Streaming is just one too many things, it looks like. So we need our accounts API to give us our user URL, and not just the username. Okay. Still doesn't appear to be pressed. It should be in a pressed state, and it's not. So let's take a look here. Still don't have the URL. Now why is that? This step profile, we got that from accounts, so who am I? Must have forgotten to hit that. Looks like I did. There we go. Victory. So one last task here, and that is to handle the logic around toggling the vote off. Okay, we're in business. do we leave things here? So kind of right in the middle of a whole lot of changes. Seems like we could either... Why don't we go ahead and commit here? Gonna get some more water and use the bathroom again. I think we will find that I do this a whole lot throughout the day. Be curious if anybody else does, but I'm always just slamming so much water, and as I go, it's steady about once every 30 minutes. Maybe once an hour. I don't track that closely. So Ilya just asked, what does Hyper-B, or hyperspace in general, give you that level or another node NoSQL database wouldn't give you? Is it purely for bring your own store from the Beaker/Hyper protocol? So in theory, you know, Hyper-B and LevelDB are so close, should be possible to swap them out. The advantage of doing it all on Hyper-B in this case is that it makes the databases themselves peer-to-peer. And that's what we're going to be using to replicate between federated nodes and hopefully allow, when we get to it, allow end users to hold on to the private keys for their own user database. It requires a little more than, you know, you're going to have some kind of client like Beaker involved for that. Add some complexity to it, so we'll have to address that when we get to it. But that's the upside. I suppose you could make it so that you could swap out Hyper-B with LevelDB, but if you did that, it would no longer be a federated node. Not sure if that'd be a pro or a con, if even having support for something like that would be worth doing. So the server nodes will replicate against each other. That's the plan. That's how federation will be done. So they'll sync each other's Hyper-Bs. Okay. I'm going to have to take a break from working on CTZN, not right now, but at some point today or tomorrow or something like that, because I need to record a talk. So how will the sync occur? Not sure yet. It may be that they subscribe to each other's databases and continuously sync, or who knows. Okay. So next up we need to add a reply count. We're going to add in next the comments control. So this will be modifying the posts again. And we'll fetch comment count. It'll be similar to this logic here. Nice part about the sync is that you can do it over the hypernetwork. You just need to share the discovery keys of the log. That's right. Two questions here. Ilya is asking, is there anything in the docs about this yet? No, not yet. I haven't quite spec'd out how cross-server synchronization will operate yet. It's still a lot to figure out, so not documented because it's not written. Lars asks, is that the Hyperswarm? So Hyperswarm is the network for discovering peers. The Hyperswarm is what you use to establish connections, and then you use Hypercore protocol to synchronize between the peers. Okay, let's see if our comment count shows up now. Yep, that looks, correct. So now it's time to do the thread view, which I'm going to do as a modal. That's how it was written previously, and that'll make life easier to do it that way. Actually, I shouldn't call it a post thread, I should just call it a thread. Because it's both posts and comments. Alright, so now we get to do thread rendering logic. Another situation where there's a lot of leftover code from the original Beaker version, so I gotta work my way through all that. I'm going to have to thread through the API object too. Alright. So we first fetch the post. This.api.posts.get this dot post URL. The API actually needs to take the username and the key, so we need to deal with the possibility if let's go ahead and do this. If the key isn't there and username is defined, let's parse entry URL. So we'll handle get being called with a post URL as opposed to now we may need to check the origin. But for now we're not going to worry about that. Actually, why don't we do a couple of things here? So we're going to make sure that when somebody does pass in a URL for get, it's only asking for posts from this server. And I gotta make sure it's giving us... Okay, so that solves that. And now over on comments, we want to do get thread. We'll come back to that. We'll have to do a little bit of work around all this as we get there. We're going to remove this bit. We're going to leave this as a to-do. And we don't need this to thread tree anymore. Okay, let's see where that all takes us. Alright, so on view thread is failing. Let's take a look, see if we can't find the emitter for view thread. Let's see why it's giving. All right. Okay, making progress. Now we're getting a user database not found, so let's take a look at what URL this thing was trying to load. Okay, so that looks legit. So let's see why our URL parsing failed. Oh, perhaps because I passed... No, that's right. So that looks correct. So why is it giving me a user database not found? Looks right. P Frazee, right? Has it got any like weird characters in it or something? No? I mean, that's showing. Huh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm not getting user database not found anymore. I'm getting nothing. Let's wrap that in a try catch. It's not giving an error at all. So maybe it's actually working. There's just something wrong with the rendering, so let's see here. Ah, so it is. Okay. So it is now correctly re-rendering, but I'm not seeing content because I need to change that to this .post. There we go. Got a couple of sizing issues to hit here. Okay. Another step into the unknown. Time to add commenting. It's a lot better when I don't have to write all the UI code from scratch, isn't it? Sure, that makes this certainly a little more interesting to watch. Thank you. And related item count is out. Now what's up with comment count? That's also sort of... We'll come back to that because I think I will need to do something along those lines. Okay. So the subject URL is always going to be the post. And the parent in that case would be nada. I'm going to need to think about how to do comments on comments, but we'll get back to that. So let's head over to the composer, which we should rename to just composer instead of post composer because it does both posts and comments. All right. And I put on this Apple Music playlist called Pure Focus, and it has some really, really nice piano compositions I'm listening to here. It's really nice. Okay, so let's look at the comments schema. We got subject URL, parent comment URL, text, and created at. Okay, that actually should cover everything, so let's try our first comment. Okay, so that failed. Why did that fail? A couple of concerning situations there. One is I need to pass in the post. The second is the subject URL is not properly set. That's because I messed that up. And I need to do this. Okay. So that worked correctly. We're just going to go ahead and call it post in this situation. We're going to deal with this part later. post is going to be the reply. Profile set, need to pass in the API. And now we need to do similar things to the thread getter that we did with the posts, which is adding in stuff like fetching the votes and the author. Okay. That's worrisome. The comment is just gone now? No, there must be an error happening somewhere that's I'm suppressing. Indeed, construct user URL. And I need to extract user URL as well. There we go. Okay, let's fix up some of that CSS real fast. That's actually a little nicer. And over here, I don't think subject content is getting used anymore. I think we can remove that. We can also remove a lot of this stuff. Let's see here. Okay, and let's put a margin on these guys. Okay. Let's update the post renderer so that it shows the correct comment count. So if it's a post, it'll have the comment count value on it. If it's a thread, it'll have replies on it, I believe. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's fine. And then if there's nothing, we'll return 0. Let's see if the votes work on them. Yep, that's good. Now we need to get comments handled. Good as time as any to take my bathroom break, and now I'm charting it. I think that was maybe 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago. So, gosh, 5 o'clock already. Where does the time go? BRB. Got on mute. So let's get the replies to our comments done, and then I think from there, that'll be our last task for today. So I think we probably want to modify how this is working, where rather than the commenting UI being in the thread thing like that, we probably want to put it in the actual post UI component. Alternatively, we could set it up the way that I had originally, where you could click on one of the comments and it would like focus the thread on that. That wouldn't be a bad idea necessarily. Let me think. That would also give us a way to like share a specific comment. So let's do that. Yeah, that's a lot of work, more work though. I think maybe that just may be a sign that I'm out of juice and it's time to call the stream. Yep, I think that's it for me. Great great Monday stream, y'all. Thank y'all for joining me. Set out to try to do a full day, and when did we start? Like 10:30 or so? Yeah, so good full day work. I'll probably pick right up tomorrow, depending. Like I said, I gotta record a talk, so I gotta allocate some time for that. So the stream timing will depend on that. Y'all enjoy the rest of your Monday afternoon. Great working with you today. It's Central, so Texas. It's the time zone I'm in. So yeah, I'll catch y'all on the next one. Hope to see you there. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll catch you later.